Test audio, test video. Testing audio, testing video. Audio, video. Audio, video, audio, video. Test audio. We have audio and we have video. And so do I. Okay. Very good. Oh, I knew I was forgetting something. Forgot to turn my fan on. Like to keep a nice breeze blowing on me. All right. Welcome everyone to Blazar Gaming, where my long-term goal is to get all 63 of my heroes prepared for the Omega content patch coming into September. It is currently August 4th. And War Machine is my next character to work on. I was working down through my Cosmic Prestiges, and then down through the females, and then through the ranged characters, and I'm on War Machine, one of my ranged characters. This is the Iron Patriot costume, if you remember from one of the Iron Man movies. Here is what you get when you first get Iron Man. That's his default costume. That's what you get. And it's called Initiative. Here's his Civil War movie costume. Got a 003 stamped on the thing. And his Age of Ultron costume, 002. I think the way it goes is when War Machine got his first costume, which may have been this one, it was a Mark II. Copy of a Mark II. And by then, Tony Stark was already on, I don't know, Mark VI or something. And then in the Civil War movie costume, he got Mark III. And Tony by then was, who knows, 42 or 3 or whatever. So, but I like using Iron Patriot. Looks pretty cool. It's also a Mark II. Just painted up differently. Painted up differently. Looks very patriotic. Okay. What do we know about James Rupert Rhodes? We call him Rhodey. They call him Rhodey. Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes of the U.S. Marine Corps. He's fought and bled for his country, but it was his friendship to Tony Stark that opened Rhodey up to the most difficult battles of his life. Tony Stark, the invincible Iron Man, yeah, right, was feeling less than invincible when a dark time continually interfered with his superheroics. Donning the Iron Man suit while Tony got his life back together, Rhodey demonstrated an aptitude for Stark-built armor that would eventually inspire Tony to launch the lieutenant colonel's career as the one-man army war machine. 1979. So, Rhodey here is durability and strength. Sorry, my nose is a little bit. I went a full day yesterday without an allergy pill. You generate heat by using certain powers. Your suit will overload when it's full. War Machine's weaponry can't be used while overheated, but his melee powers are greatly enhanced. Fire automated weapon systems whenever you are at proximity to enemies. So he's got an auto gun. He overheats. You're able to see enemies on the mini-map, and he's got some health regen. So just like Tony and War Machine and X-23 and all the others that have healing factors, he has a healing factor. It's built into his suit. He's defense deflect based. And he's hybrid, so you could go melee or ranged. If you go melee, you get more damage reduction. If you range, you get less. It's the way it works. Since he's strength and durability, he's got a Sacred White Gorilla Necklace, which gives him physical crit. Oh, he's also all physical damage. He doesn't have any energy damage like Tony Baloney. He's all physical. So, physical crit and 5 strength when you crit. He's got a Gok. It's okay. It's got good crit. Yeah, we need to re-roll it some. His medallion is the Honey Badger, which gives him durability and strength. This gives him 24% more base damage. Advanced Sidorak. Physical damage rating, durability, brutal strike rating. This could use some more brutal strike rating, I think. Oh, I gave him a Fred Dukes. I do not like this, but because of the taunt that's on it. But since I stay max range, the taunt's okay. In other words, if the taunt triggers, it's not going to affect anything because I stay at max range.
I've made a lot of progress lately.
Let's re-roll. I probably need to grab some more. Oops. Shift key. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's good for now. Now we got some credits.
A couple of these haven't even been patented yet.
All right, Miss RNG. I'd like 350 thereabouts or higher for critical hit rating and brutal strike rating. And I'd like 800 and higher or thereabouts for brutal damage and critical damage. Pretty please, Miss RNG. One of four. 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 All right. So, at least you're consistent. But I would like 350 or higher for critical hit rating, 800 or higher for brutal damage, 350 or higher for brutal strike rating, and 800 or higher for critical damage rating. Pretty please. We'll keep getting one. Two that time. Zero. Zero. One. Well, two. Both the brutal damage and the critical damage is close enough. One. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Okay, crit and crit damage are very nice. I can live with the brutal strike and the brutal damage. The two I most wanted was the top and the bottom. Two in the middle are just fine. I can live with that. I want 3 durability. I'd like 700 thereabouts and above for physical damage rating. And I'd like 400 and above for brutal strike rating. Please, Miss RNG. Much better, but I'd like a little more physical damage rating than that, please. Everything else is, well, I'd like a little more brutal strike rating too. Please, pretty please. Forgot to write stuff down last time. Between 34 and 40 brute rating, 50-55 crit rating, and 9K plus brute and crit damage, your preference. To be honest with you, Omega Drive, I get as much as I can of all of the stats as long as I don't neglect the damage rating. Because you could have 100% crit, 100% brute, 10,000, 20,000. It doesn't matter how much critical damage and brutal damage if you've got very little damage rating. So I try to balance them all. Now, some of my characters have as high as 7,000 damage rating, but they've got lower critical hit and brutal strike. And then some of my characters have 4,000 damage rating, and they have more critical hit and brutal strike. But it's a balance. The crit damage, if you don't have any crit, you're never going to brute. No matter how high your brutal strike and your brutal damage is. Critical hit is a requirement for brutal strike and brutal damage. Your crits aren't going to do much damage if you don't have much critical damage. So it's kind of a balance. So yeah, I don't think I have anybody under 50% crit. But I do have people up to 63% crit, probably. So my range is probably 50 to 63. My crit damage, I have people at 8,000 probably, but I wish they were higher. And I've got people at 13,000. Brutal Strike, I've got people at 30%, and I've got people at over 40%. And then I've got damage ratings between, like I said, maybe 3,500 all the way up to 7,000. So just a good balance. If you have to sacrifice too much to get your crit up to 55, don't do it. If you have to sacrifice too much damage rating, again, it's a balance. So it's a balance. Optimally, you'd like to have your crit over 9,000. Your critical hit over 50%. Your critical damage over 9,000. Your brutal strike, I like at least 33 1/3 or 33.4. I'd like at least one out of every three crits to be brutes. And your brutal damage, whatever you can get. That's the least that's the least important stat, unless you've got insane crit and brute. And usually if you have insane crit and brute, you've got terrible damage rating. And I was saying yesterday, the guy that has 100% crit and 100% brute, which I don't think is possible in this game, and a huge, say 10,000 or 10 times brutal strike damage. In other words, he's doing 10 times the amount of damage on every hit and only has 1,000 damage rating, is going to do no more damage than the guy that's got 10,000 damage rating with 0 crit. They're both doing the same. So you try to get a balance. You don't want to swing too far one way or the other. And if you really want to know the best numbers, you can look that information up. Somebody's already worked out all the mathematics, and there's spreadsheets that are available, I'm sure. Google documents that you can probably access if you could just find them. Somebody worked out somewhere at some time that 4%, that 1% base damage is worth 40 damage rating. Somebody worked that out. So all of that information's available out there somewhere. I go by feeling. If I've got somebody that's got a lot of crit, then I realize, I need to try to get more damage rating, because this crit's not going to mean very much if there's nothing to amplify. And then again, if I've got somebody with a lot of damage rating, then they usually don't have a lot of crit. The designers can't give one character all stats. I'd say Taskmaster is the closest one because of his jack of all trades. He's the closest one to getting a lot of all stats, but not as much as everybody else in any one stat. And then some people get more. Some people get more survivability and do less damage. Some people get more damage and are less survivable. It's all a balance. I've got a fully leveled pet on every character. And then, yeah, I've got more than a stash full more. It's pretty ridiculous. Pretty ridiculous. But one thing I like about this is I try to keep an example of just about most of the pets in the game. So I can come to one place and show people all the different pets. Now, some are not available anymore. I don't think they'll ever give out another Herbie Punisher. Punisher Herbie. But I could be wrong. So some are pretty rare, I guess. Well, that's the only one I can think of. I don't know where I got the golden Herbie. Herbie Gold. It might be unobtainable anymore. So yeah. And then I've got a few that I don't care about. These cows. Here's a Celebration Herbie. I don't know if they'll ever be available again. Not sure what the celebration was. But yeah, I've got a bunch of pets.
I've made a lot of
Oh,
progress lately.
forgot what I was doing. Okay, yes. I'm glad I didn't accidentally hit the craft button again. I wanted over 400 brutal strike, over 700 physical damage, and 3 durability. So there we go. He's got ranged. God of Mischief. Interesting. We'll see if he has enough crit and stuff, whether I need to replace that ring or not. I gave him a mercenary rifle. This is okay. It's a trifecta with suit power and durability, and his suit power is different from Iron Man's suit power. No, it's not. He gets base damage based on suit power. So I can't believe I didn't try to boost up his suit power. Let's check Infinity System. I put 152 points into speed, which barely gets him to 374. I got the crit, got the brute, and I put everything else into durability. Yeah, because the other one's strength. But that's why it has so much health and damage reduction. Let's see what his offensive stats look like. Let's see if he's got strength, crit, durability, boss damage, crit. Let me move this over here. More crit. She-Hulk, because he's all physical damage. Squirrel Girl, boss damage. Thor for more physical damage. Let's see. Ranged, area. Ah, this restores suit pop. That's why it's in my rotation. I don't care whether I'm close enough to hit anybody or not. So, ranged, and ranged. So I'm going to switch from Thor to Vision. So I do more against machines. And my crit, 52.2. Crit damage is below 9,000. Brutal strikes almost 40.
Is this the best use of my time?
Physical damage is 5,000. And another 2,400 ranged. So, yeah. I didn't quite take advantage of the 3% of your max suit power like I did on Tony. If you remember on Iron Man,
What's the plan? We do have a plan, right?
Tony's picking up an extra 100% base damage bonus because of one talent and a whole lot of suit power. But, no, he's got... He's got almost as much damage as Rhodey does, but he's got no brutal damage rating. And his brutal strike's a lot less, but he's got more crit damage and possibly more crit. Yeah, Iron Man didn't have any brute damage. But he's got that 100% bonus, whereas Rhodey's got 17. Again, you can't give one character everything, because that's the only character a lot of people will play. So Rhodey's got a tiny bit less crit, 2% less crit, a little bit less crit damage, but more brute and brute damage than Iron Man has. And he's got a whole lot less bonus, base damage bonus, than Tony does. But I was thinking I could give up. This is the one I really don't like. But he's about the only character in the entire game I'd put this on. But I think I'm going to give it up. For $541 suit power. Let me think about it a minute. Let's see. I wonder if he's got a talent that will double. Plasma cannon, blah, 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 blah. That doubles the, like Tony's. That doubles this from 3% to 6%. He might not. Yeah, I don't see any ability to bump this from 3% to 6% like Tony had. So 3% of 500 suit damage is what, 15%? And 2 strength and 2 durability is 16%. So it's not worth it. This will be worth about 16%. Up here, base damage. And this is worth 16% regular damage. This one just gives more damage against bosses. This one gives some health, which isn't needed, and 417 damage rating. Is 3% more damage against bosses worth 417 damage rating? I doubt it. So bumping his suit power up doesn't benefit him as much as it does Tony. Because of Tony's double from 3% to 6%. Yeah, that's the reason why I don't mind this on War Machine. Because I'm out at max range. And if the taunt goes off, I don't think taunts reach 30-yard radius or 30 feet or 30 units of measurement or whatever this game uses for units of measurement. I don't think the taunt reaches as far as I'm standing at range. I don't know. It's got a 5% chance to taunt. It would have already taunted by now. And there's no indication whatsoever. And I think taunt gives an indication. We'll see. But boosting this up doesn't seem to be of much help at all. Tony it was, because he gets double. Tony gets double. He gets 6%. Due to some talent. But I could give this guy up, because I don't need that much brutal strike. But I also don't need health, and all the other good rings pretty much give a lot of health. This one gives crit, suit power, and area damage. Area. These are area. So everything's area except Spitfire and Total War. Now we're up to 20% bonus. Now our crit is 53. And we got an extra whole bunch of damage. 240 more damage to area powers. The only thing we gave up was 8% base damage. And got %3 more base damage. So we gave up 8% base damage here, or 8% damage for 3% base damage, and 250 more. Yeah. $52.2. 1.2% more crit. I don't know. Doesn't particularly matter. Any little bitty things I'm doing is not making any difference, I don't think, really. DPS might go 10 one way or the other, which is negligible. So I think he's okay the way he is. So, let's see. I'm using Total War as my single spender. Plasma Cannon as my vulnerability applicator. Built for war to recover ammo, or suit power, I mean. My area clear is suppressing fire. Clear the room is my hard-hitting big cooldown. Spitfire expels heat. And Army of One, signature. Plasma Cannon. Plasma Cannon gains 25% damage, and when plasma rounds are loaded, all machine gun powers gain 10% damage. Army of One, that's the signature, gains a 5% off the cooldown, and all but me and my allies get 40% base damage for 5 seconds. So I've got a 30-second cooldown instead of 35. Spitfire, that's this guy, gains 25% more damage, and while thermal rounds are loaded, I take 10% less damage. So I gave 25% more damage to Spitfire. Or I could periodically fire 3 missiles every 3 seconds. Spitfire every 8 seconds. Let's look at this. 4832 is 8. 4K on average. 3 of them, that's 12K, 3 seconds. Well, that's 4K per second damage. 25% more damage. So 49 and 32 is 82. That's 10K per second. No, 82 and half is 40K. That's 5K per second because it takes 8 seconds. 5K per second, and 25% more of that would be more than 1K per second. So this one's worth about 1K per second DPS. This one's worth more than 1K per second DPS. But not by a lot. But it is more DPS. Of course, this fires missiles. And if the missiles have an area of effect, which it doesn't say,
Another day, another snafu.
regenerate 100% of your maximum health and suit power when you're defeated. There's my get out of jail free card. And Built for War creates a shield that absorbs damage. I'm not using Built for War. Yeah, I am. The one that I don't care if it hits anybody or not. It's just there to restore suit power. Built for War creates a shield that absorbs damage within the next 2 seconds and restores 20% of your health. Or I could go stealth. Or passively I could have more defense and health. I don't need either. So you could have stealth if you want. I'm not going to play melee, so the melee stuff. But stealth technology no longer restores suit power. And last but not least, you no longer generate heat. Yeah, I didn't like the heat mechanic. I didn't like this. Because I had to watch my bar. Take my eye off of what's going on. And every 8 seconds, I can fire Spitfire. So my Spitfire loads thermite rounds. Machine gun powers ignite enemies. So I turned off the heat. I turned off the heat. Because I didn't like the mechanic. It annoyed me. That's War Machine. That's Rhodey. Or the way I play Rhodey. I've got...
You're calling on me? Okay, I got one shot at this.
We're both red. Well, I'm red, white, and blue. You're red, yellow, and blue. So she's my little tank. While I stay safe at range. Let's go get these 5 holo sim waves for Mr. Coulson. Yep, I've got a pet to feed. So yeah, let's go, let's do Coulson a favor. That was a little overkill.
War is hell.
Little overkill. One down, 4 to go. Right in the middle of that fight, I forgot all about the ammo thing because all I did was spam this key. And eventually I ran out of ammo because I forgot to hit this power. I just was going. And at some point I quit firing. I thought, I forgot something. Oh yeah, I need to. All right. I want to fix this lamp over here to my right. I forgot to set it in the correct position. I don't know if you guys can even tell the difference. But my two lights are here. And I accidentally left it up there, which is more between me and my television. So it was bothering me a little bit. 2 down. 3 to go. Oh, these guys. Where's Madam Hydra? When's she gonna come join the party? There she is.
Superior firepower wins again.
Pick me off.
Wonder what Tony can do with this.
All right, 3 down, 2 to go. Join us, huh? I don't think so. Nobody down there. None left.
Face it, you never even had a chance.
1 to go. And Phil Coulson will be happy. Locate Nick Fury. All done. All done.
Hey, what happened, Iron Man? You run out of paint or something?
They told me you might be showing up.
Another toy for my bag of tricks.
You're welcome, Mr. Coulson. And we got 14 minutes to find Batroc in Industry City, just like yesterday. Batroc.
Ms. Marvel at your service.
There's Crossbones. Tombstone. Batroc. Batroc's who I need.
You officially ticked me off. I just learned how to do that.
She's a good little tank.
This is not the last you will see of Batroc, silly bear.
Mysterious blue Omega box. And a Karigi's katana. Not a very good one. Feed to the pet. Alright, we've accomplished everything we need to. Let's go to Hightown. one thing we still have. These guys in Midtown. Let's go to Hightown. Late to the party. Let's paint this town blue.
You're calling on me?
Crossbone.
Use Marvel at your service.
Superior firepower wins again.
Clerked. Really? Clerk?
Oh, I lift you up.
We got 29 minutes before we need to do clerk. How is this possible? Paint the town blue. I got
You are
friends.
calling on me? Ms. Marvel at your service.
You're dead. I've got friends. I got friends in low places.
This is crazy. I feel like I'm part of something bigger.
Ultimate power. Not sure what my ultimate power did, but can't get myself a good position. Ah.
Machines should not be used for war. How unfortunate you believe we are.
I think I found a signature that can't be interrupted by a dash. You know, the complaint I've had several days in a row where I do a signature and then try to reposition using dash, and my signature would go on cooldown but wouldn't do anything. Well, this guy, I popped the signature and dashed, and the dash didn't do anything. I was stuck. His signature freezes him in place because it's a channel. For 4 seconds I can't move. So I was trying to move and I couldn't move. So I don't think you can mess this guy's signature up, because he's got one of those annoying signatures that locks you in place. And you're not invulnerable. So he's got one of those signatures that can kill you, or not kill you. Nobody dies in this game. Can defeat you, get you defeated. This game's rated T for teen. Nobody dies. Everybody gets arrested. War Machine is my top 5 heroes you play. He's got some things I like, some things I don't. I don't like the signature freezing you in place and not providing any invulnerability. Oh, no, it does say you are invulnerable. Okay. I missed that. You are invulnerable for the duration of this power. Start to say, anytime you're frozen in place, if you're not invulnerable, you're in big trouble. It's okay. My one criticism of his signature, I was incorrect. It's one of those, I failed to read. I need to take Evelyn Woodhead Sped Redding contest. Whatever. Ninjas, ninjas everywhere. I don't need that guy. He's not a ninja. More ninjas. As long as they keep coming out of that hotel. Or coming up out of the ground or wherever they're coming from. I don't know where they're coming from. Come out, ninjas, come out. Ninjas coming out of the water. Coming out of the pavement. Ninjas, ninjas everywhere.
Humans, impossible.
There she is.
Punks don't do weak.
I was invulnerable.
Can we take a recess? I've had enough of aliens and shapeshifters and scary body snatchers.
I think the town is blue. I did always wish that War Machines blot. Is it this one? Yeah, I've always wished the duration on that was longer. It's 3.6 seconds. Wish they'd cut the damage in half and double the duration. I don't need that guy. Can't pick a target. Iron Fist. There we go. Now I've got a target fit. Ah, he moved. It's easy to miss with some of... Oh, I didn't realize she'd left me. Wow. That's Spider Gwen there is she's got a survivability issue. She must have built herself a glass cannon or something. She keeps going down, down, down. I think my pet needs looking at. 1% less damage from bosses and 2% energy damage. Yep, both of those need to go. Whew, it's a lot of critical hit. Do I have a spare HDMI cable? Yes, I will be down shortly. All right. Let me go park myself in a safe place for a moment.
Remember, soldier, it's not the machine that counts.
Let's head to the training room for a minute. Let's go take this take them an HDMI cable downstairs. Oh, come back. All right. I'll put you on some music, and I'll go take them HDMI cable. Library. Into the blue. Shuffle. Turn the volume up. All right. I'll be back. back, I'm back. Alright. Let me grab my water. I'll be right with you. All right. My apologies. The HDMI cable didn't help. They they've got a brand new security system downstairs. And when they first went to install it, there wasn't enough disk space on the old computer that they were installing it on. So we ordered a new computer. I gave them a link to a computer to pick up. And then I set the new computer up. They loaded the new software and stuff on it. But the only monitor we had for the new computer for me to set everything up was a 1050 monitor, not a 1080. It would only do up to 1050. So, but they got everything set up. Well, we switched. We put the new computer, moved the old computer over, and the new computer over to where the old computer was, and hooked it into the 720p television. Everything works except when they bring up the security cameras. All of the security cameras are, well, you know, you don't have a clear image. It's like it's out of sync. So it's an old 720p TV. So we tried HDMI, but my old HDMI cables are all 1.4 specification. All my good stuff's on my home theater system. All the 2.0 HDMI, everything's on my home theater system. So I wasn't about to unplug something from my home theater system, take it downstairs and see if that'll fix their problem. So they're going off to buy an HDMI 2.0 cable to see if that solves their problem. I don't think they're getting enough bandwidth through the HDMI 1.4. And I don't know if they're going to be able to stay with the 720p TV, but we'll see. They've gone to get them a 2.0 HDMI cable. Like I said, I wasn't about to take one off of my home theater system just to see if that would fix their issue. Let's go to Midtown. Worst comes to worst, we'll just go out and buy a 1080p monitor or TV or whatever's cheapest. Move them up in the world. Everything they have down there is old. But it was all given to them by the president of the Condo Owners Association. So it was all free stuff. The computer I had them buy was the first one they've really spent money on. But they could use some better cabling.
Smoke 'em.
Wouldn't hurt them to get some Cat 6 network cabling. That's what I have on my network up here. I know. Some of this stuff doesn't make sense to any of you guys. You don't know about HDMI 1.4 and 2.0 or category 5 or 6 Ethernet cabling. You don't have to know that stuff. You just got to know when the ISP comes and sets it up for you that it works. That's all that matters. That it works. But when I upped everything on my home theater system to 4K, I went to category 6 Ethernet cabling for my gigabit internet. Cables have better shielding. They're better for gigabit networking. I went to HDMI 2.0 so I could do 4K. 1.4 doesn't support 4K. Basically, everything costs more. Cables cost more. But everything's better quality. Can handle more speeds. Where is... There she is. Start to say, where is my little tank? She's there. I like how these civilians just stand around. They're not running away. Just standing there talking like nothing's going on instead of running away. All right. If you wonder why sometimes I shoot off into the middle of nowhere, I'm usually trying to dash. I move my pointer to where I want to dash, but I don't stop my rotation. Just because I want to move my position doesn't mean I want to stop DPS. So there we go again. So I move my arrow to dash, and I end up firing off something like Spitfire in the middle of nowhere. There he is. Ah! Guess if we all focused on one guy, we might actually take somebody out.
What's being a better shot win you today, huh? Do they even make a gun big enough to take down the Hulk?
Girl, you gotta quit putting yourself between Rhino and his destination. Let's go fix my pet. Let's go fix my pet.
A couple of these haven't even been patented yet.
1% less damage from bosses. No, thank you. Oh, I don't have time to do clerk now. Bummers. But I do need to go upstairs and pick Hydra or
It's nice to get out of Jersey City every once in a while.
guess we could try some Hydra. Ah, that's not where I meant to go. Force of habit. Try some Hydra instead of some shield.
It's nice to get out of Jersey City
Get some variety.
every once in a while.
Alright. But yeah, there's no way we could get to clerk in 2 minutes. Less than 3 minutes.
You keep that crazy inside your head, alright?
No way, Jose. Back to Midtown. Let me try Hightown again. They're a little bit weak in Midtown. See if we've got some powers.
Yeah, Colin?
Power dudes in Hightown. Just missed. Oh, I've got to repaint the town. We'll paint the inner town. Ignore the outer town. do want to go down to at least there. Uh-oh. Did everybody leave? Because, yeah, I'm not going to solo these guys. This guy was almost down. I completely was ignoring this guy, and he took me out. Yay! Somebody pulled them together at the right time. I popped my ultimate. Oh. Don't run away. I can't move.
It's nice to get out of Jersey City every once in a while.
No. %2 energy damage. Nope. Don't want 2% energy damage.
It's an honor.
All right. So at what point do I think this guy's good enough and I can move on to something else? Go pay Taskmaster a visit. We might see Taskmaster here. Who are enemies of the Avengers? Hydra, Ultron Sentries, Brood, and Lava Men. Not demons. Not demons.
I took the bus as soon as I heard.
A lot of demons in town today. Must be a convention going on or something. Or some Brood. There's some Brood. Midgard War. was invited to a party, but I think we may have spent enough time on War Machine. It's about time to move on to maybe Winter Soldier. We'll go do a Taskmaster. We'll do a Cosmic Taskmaster. To solve this riddle. Remind him what it means to double cross Hydra.
You don't mess with the War Machine.
You don't mess with the War Machine.
Another toy for my bag of tricks.
Which potion is this? The 9 heads. Hope everyone's doing well. I hope you guys enjoyed the Emily Bear EP. You can get it on iTunes and it's probably on Spotify and blah, 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 blah. Other places. She's an incredible composer
You're calling on me? Okay.
of music.
One shot at this.
She's a incredible pianist. She's been a professional concert pianist since she was 5 years old. She started taking lessons 2 weeks before she turned 5. And at 5, she opened the Ravinia Festival in Rockford, Illinois. Youngest person ever. Less than a year of piano lessons. Now she's about to start college. Potions. This stuff goes here. 9 heads. Got one there. Fighting. So yeah, she's about to start college. And yet she's already produced 7 CDs since the age of 5. or 6. She's won 4 ASCAP awards. That's awards for compositions. 2 in classical, 2 in jazz. She's actually won the last 3 years in a row. 2015, 16, and 17. An amazing individual. That's what I'm looking for, because that's where that goes. And that's what I'm looking for, because that's where that goes. And that goes there. So that is Rhodey. I play him every now and then. He's not my first choice for ranged physical damage. That's always Kate Bishop for me. But if I quit scrolling the window so much. He's got some things that annoy me. Being locked in place with the signature, though he is invulnerable. Still, you never know when you're going to come out of that invulnerability. That fraction of a second between being invulnerable and not, when you need to move and you can't. I don't like that. The Spitfire's kind of annoying. He's got some things that annoy me. That's why he's not on the top of my list of ranged physical melee dealers, or ranged physical damage dealers. But he's sufficient. He doesn't seem to be as powerful as some of the others. But he does okay. Next on my list is Winter Soldier. He's the last of my ranged guys.
At least he didn't torture me between missions.
He probably fits in better with Hydra than Rhodey did. So, let's grab his costumes. He's got a few. I'm wearing Civil War movie costume. Here is the Winter Soldier movie costume. And here it is without the mask.
Winter Soldier on site, ready to move.
So you can wear it with the mask,
You think
without the
you need me?
mask.
You have no idea.
Original Sin costume that looks silly. The snow gear looks really cool if you're going to be trudging around in the snow. And of course, this is what you get when you first get Winter Soldier. His longest winter costume. But I like the Civil War movie costume. So what do we know about the Winter Soldier? James Buchanan, Bucky Barnes. So he was Steve Rogers' best friend. The teenage sidekick of Captain America. Well, that's not exactly true. Steve Rogers was the teenage sidekick of Bucky Barnes. And Bucky Barnes was thrust into a life of torture and black ops work after being caught in an explosion caused by Baron Zemo. We saw Zemo in Civil War. He's the one that split everybody up. Post-explosion, Bucky was captured by a secret organization in Russia that used cryogenic freezing and advanced mind-wiping techniques to use him as an assassin whenever he was needed for decades. It was not until battling Captain America face-to-face and with the assistance of the Cosmic Cube that Bucky was able to fight his forced programming and reclaim his position as a hero. He now works with S.H.I.E.L.D. alongside Black Widow and has even acted as Captain America for a time. He was created in 1941. No, he was Bucky in 1941. And Winter Soldier, 2005. That's kind of the way they depicted it in the movies. He was presumed lost in World War II, and then Captain America ran across him again as the Winter Soldier in the 2000s, 60 years later. Bucky Barnes. All right. He is strength and fighting. He's got a healing factor. No, he's one of those guys that gets extra healing when he pops a med kit. So he's trained in triage. He knows how to take care of himself with a med kit. He's defense dodge based. My two favorite stats. When you look at defense dodge and deflect, I pick defense dodge over deflect all day, air day. And he's a hybrid. You can play melee or ranged. You can go melee and take advantage of the bionic arm, or you can stay at range. Stay safe. That's the way I play him, ranged. I hope everyone has had a chance to see the Civil War movie, since that's really old now. But one of my favorite things that happened in the Civil War movie was when you're trying to fight Bucky face to face in melee, his bionic arm gives him an advantage. Even Iron Man and Captain America has a difficult time with Bucky and that bionic arm. Well, my favorite scene in the Civil War movie was the first time Bucky took a swing at Spider-Man. Spider-Man caught his arm, turned it over like it was made of styrofoam, and said, "You got a metal arm? That's cool!" And Bucky's expression on his face like, "It's bionic. What's going on?" Spider-Man was like it was styrofoam. It was like, "That's cool. That's so cool." That was my favorite. One of my favorite scenes in Civil War. Bionic arm meant nothing to Spider-Man. Might as well have been styrofoam. All right. Well, we put a furry mane on this guy. It's not very well rolled. I need to bump that up closer to 600 critical rating. It's got a flag. Now that's rolled pretty well. Damage could be higher, but I'm not going to complain over 20 more damage rating or so. He's got a Black Cat medallion. Which is lots of crit and lots of damage rating against enemies not targeting him. A Taskmaster with perfect ranged critical hit. We could do with more damage rating, but might go cry over 100 damage rating. Maybe. Maybe. And of course he could take advantage of the Kevlar helmet because of how's MH treating you today? It's kind of slow out there. My favorite place is the Cosmic Patrol zones. It's sometimes there's Hightown started out this morning with some big damage dealers. Midtown's been kind of spotty. I think there's low volume playing today. Being a Friday. Guess a lot of people are out enjoying the outdoors but we're doing okay today. I've just had some bad luck in the Cosmic Patrol zones. God of Mischief. God of Mischief, you'll find it is on a lot of my heroes, because before they changed this, we used to have to level these guys up. And God of Mischief helped us fill in holes that we were missing. You wanted to get these to rank 50, and sometimes it was tough. And God of Mischief helped us get them to 50. Well, they removed all that. That no longer exists in the game. We don't level these up now. We still level up the team-ups, but they get their powers and we don't have to level them up. Well, no, it was these we had to level up to 50. My bad. These we had to level up. So I've got God of Mischief on a lot of my heroes because of the fact that we used to have to level these up. But all that's gone away now. That was in the past. How did you get all of those stats on a Uniforge? Oh, good question. Once you finish leveling up your crafter, then you want to level up your enchanter. Your rune word has a chance to get any one of these. This one increases ranged and melee damage, bonus XP, health and spirit. This one gives you defense, health, and durability, and so on and so on. But you've got to level this guy up. The more you level him up, the more of these will show up. Now, all of these at the bottom are, this one's a drop. I think it's a drop off Juggernaut. These two are from the Cosmic World Stones. You have to buy these two. Lady of the Sword, I don't remember where that one came from. You might have to buy that from Asgard. I don't remember. And Hammer of the Gods, These two you bought from a vendor somewhere, I think. All Father's Fury, maybe. This, I think, was a drop from the Cow King. Some of them you buy, some of them are drops. The Loki one that I'm using, God of Mischief, is a drop off Loki. Loki drops this rune word. They're called rune words. And they're on the enchanter. And some of them you have to get, like this one, you have to get from drops. Cube Shard vendor might have some, that's true. But about the only ones I use are God of Mischief gives you 100 crit and brute, 300 health, 300 damage rating. And the 10% power duration. Sometimes you need power duration if you have lots of dots that benefit from power duration. But the reason I used God of Mischief a lot was a reason that doesn't exist anymore. Now my two favorites pretty much are cost dupe runes. Dupe Inspiration, because you can get up to 300 crit and brute. And the Power Dupe for anybody that uses multiple damage types. Because you can get a lot of critical damage, a lot of brutal damage, and in some cases a lot of damage rating. But these you buy off of the Cosmic vendor. Other ones that are really good but are super expensive are Bowazan for ranged. Gives you 300 crit, 300 ranged, and 600 brutal strike rating when you crit. And for guys who crit all the time, you're going to have your 600 brutal strike rating a lot. The reason this one's so expensive, it costs a Saturn rune and a Tyr rune. But Bowazan's really good for ranged. Heartbreaker's not so great, but 200 crit, 200 brute. That really should be more crit damage and brute damage, I think. But it also costs a Tyr rune. Tyrs are rare. This one's very interesting. No, not this one. Where is it? This one. Nope, not this one. This one. Nope, not this one. Where's the one that requires Odin runes? Earth. This one's a Thor, a Day, a Hail, a Earth, Spike. Oh, this one requires an Odin rune. But there's one that requires the Zod rune. Where's the one that requires the Zod rune? The one that I'm still convinced is a myth. This one requires a white suit jacket. But nobody uses this one. Ultimate Guardian. Nope, this one requires an Earth, an Odin, a Stone, a Tyr, and a Thor. Where's the one that requires a Zod rune? Sif, Spear, and Thor. Odin, Frigga, Thor, and Zod. This one. This one is the most expensive rune word in the game. Sif, Odin, Frigga, Thor, Zod. And yet it's garbage. I don't know anybody who would ever use it. Even if they had 100 Zods, Thors, Friggas, Odins, and Sifs. So something to be the most expensive rune word in the game. I can't think of one hero I'd want to put it on. Even if I had all the materials 100 times over. Yep. Yep. Wouldn't hurt them to, at one point, because everybody uses the same ones pretty much. Bawazan, if it's ranged and you can afford tier runes. I like dupe inspiration and power dupe. I put this on my guys that need crit and brute. I put this on my guys that can take advantage of all that crit damage and brute damage. But every one of these costs dupe runes every time. Nice thing is you can buy dupe runes from the Cosmic guy. And the nice thing is I have 27,000 Cosmic World Stones. Though I've spent about 5,000 of those Cosmic World Stones since I started this trek to get all my guys ready for Cosmics. Let's re-roll these two guys. I've probably spent 5,000 Cosmic World Stones the last couple of weeks, last few weeks. We want this guy as close to 600 critical rating as possible. And I'd love damage rating to be as close to 600 as possible. So 600 and 600 is what I'm shooting for. Miss RNG, pretty please.
Trust me, I've been doing this for decades.
Wow. First try. Thank you, Miss RNG. You're the best. All right. I want to squeeze another 100 damage rating out of this, while keeping critical hit high to ranged and base damage to bosses. So, the three things I'm shooting for on this one is critical hit rating to ranged, close to 400 and above as possible. Damage rating, close to 400 and above as possible. And 5% base damage or above to bosses. That's the three I want. Nope. We did not get critical hit rating to ranged. Nope. Especially nope. Remember, I want my critical hit rating to range to be over 400. And my damage rating, well, close to 400 and over. And 5 or more for bosses. Still nowhere close. Okay. 2 of these are good. 1's not. The ranged, critical hit to ranged is not, but the other 2 are. The other 2 are really nice. So, Miss RNG, if you can hang on to the damage rating and the damage to bosses and give me about 50 or more critical hit to ranged, I'd be most grateful, Miss RNG. Please. Well, I got what I want to ranged, but the others 2 dropped. Okay, 392, 377, and 5.2. I think I'm going to hang there. I'm over 5% base damage to bosses. I'm really close to 400 with critical hit to ranged. And my damage rating, I'm not going to cry over 20 more damage rating. Not going to cry over 20 more damage rating. He got a chandelar, God of Mischief, Industry Signet, which gives him crit to physical attacks and critical damage. Savage Axe, crit brute damage, lots of physical damage. His typical gear, it's all Winter Soldier gear. Insignia of Valkyrie, which gave him some crit, some brutal damage, and some health. And he could use one more here. The tech stuff. He can use fighting. I don't have to go strength.
There's so much stress on the battlefield. Sometimes it takes a moment to process it all.
Greetings! Welcome, Winchkin. That's a pretty cool name. Yep, all my kin are winches. So you can call me the Winchkin. Very creative. I'm not a creative person. I'm a disciplined logic type person. Alright, game. Well, the difference between these two is movement speed. When you pop your med kit, and no, when you use a movement power, you get 30% more movement speed. I think I'm more likely to save this for a meleeer. When you need to move, when you're in melee and you've got to move, 30% more movement speed might be a lifesaver. At ranged, I could use the more spirit. Every now and then. I'm probably not the first to see it. I'm probably the first to... I tend to think out loud. A lot of people probably thinking the same thing. They just don't. It may not... They may think it and not register. I don't know. I can't be the only one, is what I'm saying. But I may have been the first one to ever mention it out loud. It's not that difficult to see, though. So I just can't imagine being the only person to ever realize it. It's like I said, I'm a logical, common sense kind of person. And that logically makes perfectly good sense to me. All right. I am of Scottish descent myself. I am My Scottish descent comes from a long line of people who always picked the wrong side of a battle. My people always fought with the losing side. Every war in Scotland, they picked the wrong side to fight with, the losing side, which is how my people ended up over here in the United States, fleeing Scotland because of picking the wrong person to back in the war. So I come from a long line of losers, I guess. All right. Let's check the Infinity System, see what it looks like. Okay, I only put 52 points here, so I don't have the extra dash. Let's see if we can remedy that. I'd like to at least have the extra dash. Yeah, transferring a fix is very nice. Some people will grab the first catalyst as they're leveling up. So it could be a level 10, 15, 20. I don't know when you first get. Catalysts drop around level 20. Some people will grab a level 20 catalyst and immediately come over here to the the crafter.
I do enjoy a nice quiet.
And put their critical damage rating. They roll their critical damage rating. Even on a level 20 catalyst. Because they know that, they'll sit here and they'll get critical damage rating. Then they'll get critical damage rating. Then they'll get critical damage rating. They'll get critical damage rating on all four. These guys. They'll roll this one till it's critical damage rating. Same thing for each of these. And then they'll come here and they'll roll till they hit 90% or better. Just like I do at level 60. They'll do it on a level 20 catalyst. Because they know that when they get a level 60 catalyst and they reach level 60 and they do the transfer and they transfer the catalyst, they know it only cost them $1,000, 1,000 credits, and all of those 90 percentiles go up with the level of the catalyst. In other words, they don't have to start over again. They immediately get 90 percentile on the level 60 catalyst. Even though those numbers are really low on a level 20 catalyst. The 90 percentile on a level 20 catalyst is a whole lot lower numbers than the 90 percentile on a level 60. But it translates. It moves up. I never remember to do it because I leveled to 60 so fast. By the time I remember, hey, I could have done this earlier, I'm already level 60. I usually just pick up catalyst as I go and swap them out, and I don't bother to. So, but you can do that. So, I bumped this up so I got my 4 dashes now. I just prefer the 4 dashes. Got my crit. Got my brute. Everything else should be in fighting. And it is. Because between the two choices I have, strength and fighting, strength is that stat that I don't care much for, deflect. And fighting gives me more critical rating multiplier. What's, in your opinion, the fastest way to level? Story mode. Story mode. There's nothing faster than going up to story mode. Now, once you hit level 60, then you want to get out of story mode. If you're trying to level up legendaries and if you're trying to level up stuff at level 60, then everything in story mode is diminished considerably once you hit level 60. So if you're trying to level up your legendary, I go to Cosmic Patrol Zones. If you're trying to afford a legendary, then I like to do legendary quests while in Cosmic Patrol Zones. To try to get the Odin marks. But you have to have a lot of credits to be able to just keep re-rolling your legendary quest until you get the one you want. It costs 15,000 credits to re-roll. So what I do is I go to Cosmic Midtown and I keep pushing this button and accepting until I get a Midtown legendary quest, and I just stay in Cosmic Midtown. And that's how I get lots of Odin marks, which I don't need on this account because I have 28,000 of them. And everybody has blessings and everybody has level 80 legendaries. But to get here, it takes lots of these. And to get lots of these, it takes, if you can, it takes using currency boosts. So where do you get currency boosts? There's two ways to get currency boosts. You can get them free, but it takes time, or you pay real money. All of mine on both of my accounts I've gotten pretty much free. Though some of them came from cards, fortune cards. The way you get them free, I hope you know this, if you play on the PC version of this game. If you do every one of these terminals in heroic mode and in normal mode, you'll get Odin marks from the final boss. So all you got to do is go all the way, just fly or run as fast as you can past all the mobs and take out the final boss on every one of these. Of course, some of these, to get to the final boss, you have to take out other things. But if you take all these out once a day in both heroic and normal, you get free Odin, not Odin marks, free, what are they called? Cube shards. And then you take the cube shards to Clea. Take the cube shards to Clea in Avengers Tower and buy Mark 1 cards. And with the Mark 1 cards, you've got a chance to get free boosts. And then the boosts is what helps you get the other stuff you need quicker. How do you get level 80 legendaries? That's the Genosha grind. Once you hit level 60, on your first character, you can talk to Beast in Xavier's school.
Salutations, my commendable colleague.
And Beast will get you to Genosha. Once you've been to Genosha, you can get to it just like everybody else. It's a hub. It's called Hammer Bay. So I'm taking a shortcut. I'm not going through Beast. But once you've got this hub, then it's time to start doing these. This is a daily quest.
Tell you the situation.
This is a weekly quest. And you build up your reputation with Genosha. And eventually you hit legendary. And as you level up your influence by doing these, and you can also talk to this person.
You show up.
This device will track and increase your influence with the GLF. So anywhere you play in the game, you can gain Genosha influence every few minutes. But you build up reputation with these guys.
Want to see what I can do with some spare parts?
And as you build up reputation with these guys, these will open up. Here's where you get your upgrades for your medallions and your insignias so that you can upgrade them to 66. But it requires these things. Protector's accommodations. These require Odin marks. These are your level 80 legendaries. Requires Odin marks. You can craft raid level items. These items only drop in raids. You can craft them. You can get a pet for credits. Here's where you upgrade a medallion to level 60 if you want. If you've got a medallion that's level 57, you can upgrade it to 60. But these are your level 80 legendaries, but you may not see them until you've leveled up your Genosha influence. And you do that by doing the dailies.
Relax. Just because I could build this stuff with my eyes closed. doesn't mean I did.
He's got a savage axe. I got it here. There's the golden bow of Apollo for range characters that want it. Summoners. People who want to build tanks. Shield of Perseus. Mental characters. This is good for people who need resource. I've got one of these on Iron Man because he gets damage based on how much resource he has. This is good for energy damage, people who have energy as one of their attributes. Nornstones is good for physical energy hybrids or dual damage type physical energy. Area. I would say this is good for area, but I don't know anybody that really uses this. I don't know anybody that uses this. You can build a complete area character, and I guarantee you, you'll find one of these others is better suited than this one is. Yeah, this one gives a lot of damage, but there's no crit. This one if you want crit and crit damage, but a lot of people probably don't use this. I have it on one or two people. Excalibur, if you're in melee and you'd like some extra defense. This This used to be pretty good way back before they redid the crit and brute. Some people would use this to get their brutal damage really high. Back when you could get 70% crit and 70% brute. 60 and 70% brute. Those days are long gone. I'm sure there's still a couple of people that could use this nowadays. But you've got to build up your reputation here. I don't think I've ever noticed this dust blowing in here before. Isn't that funny? Been playing this game 3 years and never noticed this dust blowing around in here.
You'll never control me, Loki. I've been down that road.
All right, where were we? Okay, I got this all sorted. Did I finish? Yep, I finished sorting this. I haven't been here yet. Back before they changed us from Omega to Infinity system, I used to use Blade a lot because of the 3% attack speed. But now I get so much attack speed from the Infinity system, I don't use Blade anymore. So, got strength from Ant-Man, crit from Black Bolt and Cable. Because I'm physical damage, I got my boss damage from Elektra. Because of Moon Knight, because of physical damage, or not because of Moon Knight, because of physical damage, I got Moon Knight's crit. Got She-Hulk's physical damage, Squirrel Girl's boss damage. War Machine because I'm fighting. Vision because I'm ranged. Wolverine for the brutal strike. Let's make sure everything is ranged. Ranged, ranged, ranged. Ranged, 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 ranged. So yes. Now you wonder why I don't take Winter Soldier. Because he also gives 3% ranged. And that's who I'm playing. Winter Soldier. Because he gives melee, which I don't do. Well, I say don't. If I was to hit... No. This is melee. But there was really no reason to have made it melee. Because it does no damage. Does no damage at all. So... if I was doing a melee ranged hybrid, then yes, I would use Winter Soldier's synergy. But I like the 10% more damage to machines because I'm all ranged. I have no use for this. This I have use for. So that's why I picked Vision over Winter Soldier. Even though they're both 3% ranged, I can make use of this. I can't make use of this. So, what are my strengths and weaknesses? I've got pretty much 60% crit. My critical damage is low. Got 35 brute. And I got halfway decent brutal damage. So my weakness right now is critical damage. I got 4,000 physical damage, 2,000 range damage, over 2,000 generic damage, and 320% base. So my base is lower. My base is low. Physical damage is moderate. But I've got a lot of crit. $59.5 on ranged. And physical is a good 2% higher than. So I'm at about 61.7% crit. Basically 62% crit. So I could almost give up some crit to pick up. Oh, and that's before this guy kicks in. Holy moly, I've got way too much crit. I need more crit damage. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Which one is my bleed? This guy. Knife throw. Bleed. Where'd my bleed go? What happened to my bleed? Something removed my bleed. This one didn't. This one didn't. This one didn't. That one didn't. What happened to the bleed? What broke? Wow. They removed, at some point they removed the bleed from knife throw. Bleed's gone. They took bleed off this. Wonder if they moved it to something else. They didn't take the tag off. It just doesn't bleed anymore. They forgot to take the tag off. So, either the bleeding tag was supposed to have been removed and they didn't, or the bleed has disappeared and it wasn't supposed to. This used to bleed. Now it's useless, as is this. So, now that I don't have a bleed anymore,
Now, where did I put my latest inventions?
we need to unbind this guy. Because he can't use it.
Let's turn the name Winter Soldier into something only the bad guys fear.
I want to keep the blessing though. We want crit damage. We definitely want something with crit damage since he has so much crit already. We need crit damage. Strength and fighting. Crit damage. Well, we know a Gok will give crit damage. And we know the thing with the brutal strike on it will give crit damage. We know it gives the most crit damage. Isn't there flag? He gets my last flag. He gets my last flag. It's rolled pretty well too. Transfer blessing.
A couple of these haven't even been patented yet.
I wonder when they took the bleed off of Winter Soldier from his knife throw. Oh, I've already got a flag. Can't put a second flag. Don't. It's the old, don't! He doesn't get my last flag because he's already got a flag. I can give him a Gok, I guess. What else does critical damage? Besides flag, Gok, and the thing that gives all the brutal strike, crit, and brutal damage. Forget what it's called. You can buy them upstairs. It would give the most critical damage. That thing upstairs. Can't put this back because I need that blessing. Is there something else that gives lots of critical damage? Well, you know, I could give him a Gok. If I give him the Gok, then I could take this and get something with critical damage. More critical damage. That one doesn't need re-rolling.
Yes, I have been spending a lot of time in the lab. Why do you ask?
Put my flag back because he's already got one. And now I can switch this out for something that gives... Because again, I've still got crazy amounts of crit. Over 60% crit. So I don't need this crit. But we still could use more critical damage. He uses Avengers, Shield, and Thunderbolts. Let's look at Thunderbolts first. If I can remember who Thunderbolts is. I'm always forgetting who I put Thunderbolts on. Nope, Hawkeye. Critical damage and attack speed. Critical damage and area. Critical damage and more spirit. Critical damage and boss damage. Critical damage and brutal strike. When you land a brutal strike, you and your allies gain 246 more brutal strike and 148 more damage rating. Or Shield and Avengers. Melee. Area. Health. Our health's okay. Area. When you hit with a melee, blah, 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 blah. Physical. Brute and health. Shield. Health. Health. Defense. I don't think we need any defense. Nope. And health. I think my best choice is boss damage. Critical damage, boss damage, and when you brute. So when you brute, you get more brutal strike and some damage rating against weakened. I've got to find a replacement for that, since they removed our bleed for some reason. That was a typo, not a typo, but a. See if I can remember what these were. We'll do that in a minute. What am I looking for? I'm looking for. Oh, is anything weakened? I may not take advantage of weaken at all. Other people will, but vulnerability, weaken. So I can put this on here. Does not break stealth. That's a good thing to lead off with. You can dash, which gives you stealth up to position yourself, and then lead off with this guy. It doesn't even break stealth. Then apply the vulnerability. My area clear. My execute. And I'm not sure what this is all about. Looks okay. This is just a big burst of damage that you can do every so often. Okay. So let's grab this guy. But you lose 1% of your health. What? When you brute, you and your allies gain 246 brutal strike rating and 148 damage rating versus weakened enemies. But you lose 1% of your current health. I've never noticed that before.
Holding position until a further command is issued.
Now, 1%, losing 1% of your health is no big deal. And I'm guessing you're not going to lose 1% of your health on every brutal strike. I imagine there's some kind of a cooldown. Let's play with it. Let's go see how often I lose 1% of my health, because that's pretty crazy. Wow, look at it. Well, that's still not a big deal. it comes back as fast as I lose it. That's still pretty crazy. I've never noticed that. 3 years of playing this game, I've never noticed that this loses 1% of your current health. But it does give me the missing critical damage I need. I just need to upgrade it.
A couple of these haven't even been patented yet.
But you can using explosive sabotage instead. Yep. We still got to fix this back. Shouldn't be hard to remember what it was as I'm going through it.
I've made a lot of progress lately.
Yeah. There goes another dupe rune. They need a way to transfer cosmic from one insignia to another. I'll and bump it up to 66. And unbind the other one. I can keep it. It goes with Avengers. And it's critical hit. Let's move this down here for now. Move everything over. Put this here. Okay. So, for somebody with over 60% crit, we've finally got some critical damage going. Lots of brutal strike, good brutal damage. So we've got a good balance of stuff. Now let's put him back together. Knife throw bonus. Bioshock. So this is for melee. This is if you use the knife throw. The knife throw used to be cool because it had a bleed. And it still has the tag, but they removed the bleed. So, like I said, the bug is either the tag or the fact that it lost its bleed. I'm thinking the bug is the tag. It probably is not supposed to have that tag anymore. But he has so much crit, he doesn't need a furry mane. It's over 60% crit. Furry mane would have put him 64.5%. If he's dead 60, the furry mane would have given him at least 4% minimum more. So Hell of Bullets. All right, let's look down here first. 3-round burst is my single spender. This applies my weaken and doesn't break my stealth. So when I go position myself to start a fight, I can start with this guy. And it won't break my stealth. Wow. Never break stealth. I wonder if that's better damage than this area clear. This one does 22, 36, 37 and a half is, let's round it to 18, 1.8 per second. Let's round that to, say we do 35 per second area. This one does, well, yeah, this actually does more damage. And you can stay stealthed. Does more damage than this guy. Costs less spirit than this guy. This guy's doing 28 per second. This one's doing over 30 per second. This one looks cool though. Whereas this one is, this one's got a little bit of a, this one's got a little bit of a visual effect delay. In other words, you can't, it says you can pump them out. Yep, I guess that's 1.8 per second. And it costs less spirit than this thing does. This thing's got a lot bigger range. Nope, it doesn't either. That's funny. This one does slow attack speed and movement speed. But if they can't see you, who cares, right? All right. Knife throw. There's the bleed. I don't need it now, but there's where the bleed comes from. They really shouldn't put the tag on the knife throw until you select this talent. There's the bleed. I don't need it because I've already over 60% crit. But in melee, if you want to bleed, there it is. Even though this is ranged. I knew there was a bleed. They've messed it up. The bleed tag should go away. Just like the damage up the 4,643 twice per second should go away. And it does go away. But the tag should go away, the bleeding tag. That's what had me all confused. Explosive sabotage, underslung grenade, explosive sabotage. Oh, yeah. This would add 8-second cooldown to explosive sabotage. Underslung grenade, that's the vulnerability. They execute. We looked at all this, didn't we? Bionic Shockwave triggers EMP Surge. Nope. This is all melee. Underslung Grenade deals additional damage over time. And 3-round burst consecutive shot bonuses increased by 100%. What? The crit chance on 3-round burst, the damage on 3-round burst, and the brutal strike chance of 3-round burst increases plus 10% per consecutive shot. What? I wished you could prevent all this other craziness from happening, but you can't. Oh, that's not 3-round burst. This is 3-round burst. That's crazy, the amount of crits and brutes. It's all crits and brutes practically. Of course, yeah, you're eventually going to run out of spirit, but that's crazy. Do you even need that? The consecutive shot bonuses are increased by 100%. So at some point you hit 100% crit and 100% brute on that one power. Insane. Alright. Target acquired. Only affects Winter Soldier. When you hit an elite or boss, they gain a target acquired. And then they receive more vulnerability. And they deal less damage. Does last 10 seconds for 30 seconds. That sounds pretty decent. You could have passive dodge. I don't use concealed combat. What is concealed combat? This thing. Vanish into a cloud of smoke. So yeah, I don't use that. This one sounds like the choice. When you hit an elite or a boss, they gain target acquired. You do 25% more damage to them. They do 25% less damage to everybody else. It lasts 10 seconds. And it only can happen every 30 seconds for 10 seconds. But that's kind of like having an automatic steroid. You know, I usually slap a steroid on this position, my G key. Well, here's hey, just go hit a elite or boss. I'll give you the steroid automatically. Steroids usually last about 5 seconds out of 20 or 10 seconds out of 30. This guy's got some really decent Well, there's 10% more to range damage. When you use Magnetic Disc Mine, Withering Fire refreshes all charges. Do I use Magnetic Disc Mine? Yes. It's the signature. So Withering Fire. So if I pop this and then I pop this, I can pop that again. It's kind of like Incredible Hulk. The Incredible Hulk's burst damage that he has. Where you do his big thing that hits hard, you hit his signature, and then it automatically takes the cooldown off of his big hit. Hulk's burst damage is insane. Looks like Winter Soldier can do the same kind of thing. You blast this, do this, you can do that again. With that. Melee, nope. When you hit with a range. And here's the one for the hybrid people who do both melee and ranged. Can only be activated when target acquired is active. So we saw target acquired. It's going to happen as soon as I hit a boss or an elite. Target dispatched. Can only be activated while target acquired is active.
Support has gone AWOL. Permission to continue alone.
So when you defeat an enemy with target acquired, then you get a bunch of health and spirit restoration for 8 seconds. So, I don't know that you can tell when target acquired is even active. Raid dummy. So, supposedly, because of this, if this guy counts as a boss, or an elite, he should automatically get the target acquired effect. I don't know if you'll be able to see it or not. Everything's Bruton, of course. Yep. That must be the target acquired effect. It's supposed to last 10 seconds. Yep. And if they get defeated while that's in effect, you get a sudden burst of health regen and spirit regen and movement speed. I don't know how valuable that is, since it's only active 10 seconds out of every 30 seconds. So you've got a 33 1/3% chance that that's going to happen, that they'll die with it on them. I guess that's not too bad. 33 1/3% chance that they'll be defeated with that while that's live. Unseen Death and Dispatch does stuff. Unseen Death. Cooldown reduction by 2 seconds. And the execute becomes doubled. After using reposition. So if you do a reposition, if I think to do a dash before every Unseen Death, I get an auto crit. And the execute portion is doubled. And I can do it 6 seconds instead of 8-second cooldown. This one doubles the damage if I'm stealthed. And if it defeats whatever I hit with it, its cooldown is refreshed. I don't like that one. This one gives you more than this. A crit is going to do more than double damage. All you have to do is dash, reposition before you do it to get your auto crit. This one you have to be stealthed, which requires a reposition. Or whatever that invisibility thing was. Can't find it now. Oh, this thing. Concealed combat. Well, this doesn't even count as stealth. It counts as invisibility. Yeah, I can't see anybody taking this one. This one only has a 33 1/3% chance to do anything. And all it is health regen and spirit restoration. This one looks the best. But I've got a good question. I have nothing here and nothing here. Okay, this one restores spirit. This is the only thing that gets me some spirit back. I don't know if I can maintain. Yeah, that only gives me 25%. I think we're going to have a spirit issue. The reason I stopped in the middle of my rotation and looked at this was I wanted to see if this restored some spirit. It doesn't. This is the only thing that restores spirit. And only 25%. Everything else costs spirit. Now, I do get 100 spirit every 10 seconds if I want it. From medkit. Actually, my medkit comes back every 9.8 seconds. So every 9.8 seconds, I can get 25% of my spirit back. Chances are when you're out fighting, you're going to take some damage. You're going to have to pop a med kit. So I may not have spirit issues. That's a big maybe. If I'm standing way off at range, everything's got good range. I don't need to hit this. Actually, we've already seen I don't have to use this at all because of this guy. This guy does more damage than this guy does. This guy's a little easier to focus. This thing's got a tremendous range too. It may even cost less spirit. 1.8 per second. 12. Okay, this one does 12 per second. This one actually costs more spirit. This one's going to do about 15 per second. But the coolest thing about it is it doesn't break stealth. And this doesn't cost spirit to reposition. We just got to go try it. If I didn't take this with me, should I take a basic just to be safe? In case I do run out of spirit? Like I said, I don't have to use this at all. That slow attack speed is nice. But I could do this without being seen. They won't know where to shoot. They're all going to be focused on the team up. So if I do give up Hail of Bullets, okay, it does gain a 10% extra crit chance over Explosive Sabotage. And this feels weird. So I think I'm probably going to be using this. Let's just go see how it all... Whoops! I didn't realize what time it was. 8, 9, 10. It's after 11. Guess what? We'll go check this guy out after I get back from my midday break. It snuck up on me. This guy, I may like this guy even better than War Machine. It's really going to be dependent upon if I've got the spirit to sustain me. And there are other things you can do to get spirit. Like I said, the med kit's one thing. But this guy's got insane crit. He might actually be one of the people who could get by with a the ultimate nullifier. Of course, you'd lose a lot of crit and brute. You know, somebody could throw that knife, throw the bleed, throw the furry mane, and throw the nullifier, and might come up with a crazy damage monster. I don't know. Somebody, I'm sure people have done it or doing it. Everything's documented. We don't have to try things out. This game's been out for 4 years. People have done everything. Where am I looking for? This. Thank you guys. Ooh, I never did plug in my iPad. Oops. YouTubers, thank you. Part 2 will continue Winter Soldier. I will let you YouTubers go.